What a great song to start with. Just gonna listen to this for a second. Okay, hello. Game dev time. What happened here? Oh, you booted. Okay, cool. Perfect timing. The song ended, I finished my setup, in Unreal Engine booted, all at the same time. The stars have aligned today. Tim Sweeney himself, Tim Sweeney incarnate, will be joining the stream here soon, I'm sure. In some fashion, some form or another. Okay, so yesterday we did a little bit of optimization. We did a little bit of optimizy wisies, as the professionals say. It's very spiky, and that makes sense as to why that is. Does it need to be that way? Probably not. The attribute processor is abhorrent. A lot of it is process damage event aggro, but we're also we're recalculating every attribute. And I was trying to look into that last night, and my god, it is just a horrible, horrible piece of logic that would need to happen. And I looked into this before, and I came away with the same conclusion, but I forgot what that was. And then I reminded myself of it, so, and instead of writing that down last night, I just wrote down, dude, this super sucks. Okay, so let me try to retrace my steps here. Come up with why only recalculating the necessary attributes is super duper lame. So right now I have a T set of last affected attributes and removed attributes. Right, so one of the pieces of one of the sources of complication is that an effect can be removed, and once an effect is removed, we don't know what it is anymore. Removed attributes. Last affected. So this is a T set of attributes that were last affected. And so when something gets removed, if I'm not mistaken, let me see here. Well, I guess last affected attributes. Is that the only place we update that? Yes. So last affected attributes. I just know that, like, when we remove an effect, I guess it would come through here first, right? If we are removing an effect, it would come through here. First of all, how many are we doing here? 238. God, that is not a good processor. No bueno. Nicht sehr gut. But yeah, this super sucks. This super sucks. So we have a couple options that I followed last night. I'll say maintain a list of dirty attributes or effects. I think I need a caffeine effect applied to my character. Hey, I've got my caffeine potion, my tincture. with me right now. I suggest you procure yourself one as well. Happy Sunday. Good morning, Draconin. Good to see you. I was just talking about why only calculating necessary attributes sucks. And why I'm just calculating all of them. I think I'm doing that at least. It's kind of fucking difficult because it's like, okay, if I maintain a list of dirty attributes or effects, this list would be something like, add to list when effect applied or removed. And then we also need to do or periodic trigger. Right, so we have that list. But one complication is that when effects are removed, we no longer have their data. So we would have to capture their attributes at that point. Okay? And then when we get into the attribute processor, in the attribute processor, look for dirty attribute. So we in order to keep the data small, I'll say this. So in order to keep the data small as possible, we'd want to only store dirty attributes. So in the attribute processor, iterate through active effects, because we have to come up. The complications arise because the effects have dependent attributes. So it's a dependency hierarchy. It's like a dependency tree, because an attribute could have a calculation effect applied to it that is based off of the values of any number of other attributes. And technically, you could come up with a circular dependency. That should never happen, just based on the way it's used, but it's technically possible. Iterate through active effects, checking for effects that modify attributes, that modify any dirty attributes. But also, this is where it gets complicated, but also we have to check we have to check each active effect's dependent attributes to see if they are in the dirty attributes list. If that is the case, then the attribute that this active effect is modifying is also dirty. So it's like, yeah, it all sounds complicated. It is, and that's kind of what I'm like. I've gone through and tried to think through this multiple times now, and the first time I did it, I came away, I was like, this sucks. I don't want to do this. Like, I don't even know if this would even be more performant at this point. And I wrote down only recalc changed attributes. And then last night I was looking into this again, and I came away with the same conclusion. So now I'm just like writing down my thoughts here so that I don't do this again without, any prior knowledge. Welcome in, JP. Darkness as well. Emily, welcome. You have to check each active effect's dependent attributes. See if they are dirty in the dirty attributes list. If that is the case, then the attribute that this active effect is modifying is also dirty. So let's make an example here, i.e., I'll say calc max health effect. I'll say modifies health based on 10 times stamina. And then I'll say stamina could be dirty from equipping gear, I'll say equipping gear or something. It doesn't really matter for this. From equipping gear, no comma there. From equipping gear, and then once then in the processor, we'd find the calc max health effect, active effect that that does not modify stamina, but depends on stamina. So therefore, health, or rather max health. So therefore, max health is also dirty, and we'd need to go through the list again, or come up with some better way. We'd need to do a first pass to get all the dirty attributes and a second pass to come up with it, or something like that, right? So we need to go through the list again to check for max, or I'll just say additional, for any additional affected attributes. Dirty. Any additional dirty attributes. Typically, sometimes attributes need a shower. Yeah, I wish I could just throw them in the shower. I wish I could just throw them in the shower. That would solve a lot of my problems here. So yeah, it's and at this point, when you have to like re-go through the list, and I guess, what am I doing now? Let me think about what I'm doing now. I am storing the last affected attributes. I initialize, when I'm calculating the dependencies, I initialize a removed attributes list, right? So this is like anything that was in last frame that's not here this frame, right? Any attributes that have been modified last frame that aren't being modified this frame, we need to recalculate those because that means an effect has been removed. Let me write a comment for that. Maintain a list of attributes modified last frame and remove, because we remove from this, right? Yeah, remove, I'll say, that are not modified this frame. This means an effect was removed and we need to recalc that attribute. Okay. And then, you know, just go through and add the new last effect attributes and put it in there. And then at the very end, ensure all previously affected attributes are still in the depth map so we can reset them. Yeah, it's basically, it resets them, yeah. So that's what I do now. And like, that's like a, in terms of this function here, that's an O of 1, or not O of n plus whatever the removed one is, which is usually just like 1 or 2, right? It's not like that many effects are getting removed per frame. So this function is okay, even though when I look at the performance of it, it's kind of like a large, like here's one iteration, it's about a quarter. It's about a quarter, that function is about a quarter of the time of one iteration. So it's not like it's great. It's not like it's great. But I think the only recalc certain attributes is worse in terms of time complexity. But you know, when the attributes, recalcing the attributes here, I mean, if I figure out the evaluate modifier is kind of large there. If I can figure out how to make that a little bit better, maybe it's okay. Yeah, I mean, maybe it's worth it to spend a little bit more time in this pink block to get rid of some of these green blocks, right? Maybe it is. But it's just a fucking giga pain. It is just a pain in the ass. It would be nice if there was even, and this would be even more complicated. Could it be done? I don't even know. Well, I was thinking it would be nice if I could even only reapply certain, like only calculate individual effects when they're added or removed. But the thing is, like, there's multiplicative modifications that happen. So like that, you have to rerun the whole equation, basically. You have to rerun the whole equation, basically. Otherwise, it's not going to come out the same. And rerunning the whole equation means rerunning every effect modification. Evaluate modifier. Let's take a peek at that here. Evaluate modifier, huh? I wonder, it would be nice to have the calculation type in there. That could be nice. I would imagine the float ones are very quick. What is gas, by the way? Is it related to Web3? No, not at all. We're talking game dev here. This is all game dev. Gas is gameplay ability system. It is a built-in Unreal Engine framework. Handle attribute change is kind of there as well. It's good to see that my get entity data is only 100 nanoseconds. That's good. Yeah, and then logging the attribute changes is a non-negligible, I'll say. Non-negligible. It's about 1 microsecond, so that adds up. So evaluate modifier, huh? I would very much like to know the calculation type here. I don't know that there's anything I can do here. I imagine the custom calculation would be the most expensive. But yeah, we'll go ahead and add a scope trace here. F-string, scope name. Yes, that is actually, wow, dude, I fucking love autocomplete sometimes, man. That's great. That was great. Actually understood. It understood immediately. But yeah, that would be nice. This would be nice right here. Let's go ahead and rebuild. Don't feed the trolls, please. And I did find out, for anyone that was here yesterday, where I was struggling with the how to do the counters and scope traces and stuff like that, I did get that working. I was trying to do like this right here, where it says total, like I was trying to put a number in one of these lines and it wasn't working. And I did find out what the answer to that was. But yeah, essentially, you want to use basically one of these. If you want to do a dynamic thing, you need to do this one. The underscore text, which apparently it has some performance overhead. This macro has a larger overhead compared to macro that accepts a plain text name or a static string. Use it only if scope name really needs to be a dynamic string. So yeah, this would be one of the cases where I want to track the total count. What game is this? It's just a game I'm working on in my free time. What am I doing the algorithm for? This is for gameplay attribute calculations based on gameplay effect modifiers. Let's go ahead and rerun this and see. We'll see what the attributes look like here. Okay, let's do some tracing here. And JP is right. I do not have a name yet. I do not have a name. Float. Float. A lot of them are floats, okay. Let me see if that worked. You attribute processor evaluate modifier. I may need that to be the dynamic one because all I ever see is float. Nonsense, it's called my project. Okay, Draconan's right. You're right. How could I forget? And that one might need to be a dynamic one as well. What's a gas? Gameplay ability system. It's a built-in Unreal Engine framework that I rewrote into my ECS, which stands for Entity Component System, which is a data-driven architecture that focuses on principles of your CPU's cache locality in order to run thousands and thousands and thousands of entities. So right now I'm taking a peek at my attribute processor. Attributes are just values that exist on the character. These are values like health, you know, fucking crit chance, max health, stamina, armor, that kind of thing. Those can get affected by any number of things in the game. So I need to make a generic system, basically. I can do that. Gameplay effects get applied to targets. Gameplay effects can do a lot of things. One of them is modify attributes. And they can modify them in different ways. Multiplicative, additive, they can override them. And they can be based off of other attributes. For example, health is 10 times stamina. So these attributes tend to form a dependency hierarchy based on which calculation effects are applied to them. I have an effect applied called calc max health. And what that does is we'll take a peek at it here. Calc. I say as it doesn't exist. It was not underscore. So yeah, here's the attribute mod data here. Attribute we're modifying is max health. We're going to override it with a calculation type of attribute based. The backing attribute is stamina. The coefficient is 10. So 10 times stamina equals max health. And we'll override max health to be that. And yeah, that processor is a hefty boy. Hefty boy there. So the handle attribute change is a significant part there. The significant part of the performance. Custom calculation. Let me look up the evaluate modifier. Okay, so now we can get some aggregate stats here, which will be nice to see. Let's just do it in this range right here. Okay, so custom calculation. God, there's just some that are like completely empty, so it's going to throw off the averages. Yeah, these are very small numbers. The median time of the float modifier is 0. Hey buddy, can you suggest me how to get into game dev? Type that into Google, find an engine, download it. Do your first steps. Do that and then come back to me. Very cool. I'm learning to make shitty games. Hey, me too. In Unity. Oh. This is very interesting to me. Yeah, it is just 1.2 microseconds, so that's actually not fucking bad for like a custom calculation class, comparatively. Attribute based is shorter. Yeah, I bet it's like getting the CDO probably is probably the biggest part there. Are there any? Can I go to a float one? Let's do timer name contains underscore float. Oh my god, it's tiny. It took 0 time. Where am I on this? Oh, I'm like way at the beginning. Let's go to the last one. There you go. There's one that actually had some time on it. And that one is by far the easiest one. Quickest one, yeah. Okay, so I think it's clear to see that handling execute event listeners. Oh, process damage event aggro. Yeah, okay. Let's look up process damage event. Well, let's just do like add scope trace to attribute processor. Let's just get a clean fucking slate here. Thank you for the sub or the follow over on Twitch. Neo Scenic Studios. Thank you. Welcome. I know how to make a game in Unreal Engine, but the coding part is quite difficult. How did you learn the CPP for game dev? Well, I just did CPP for game dev until it made sense. There was no one place or one thing I did. I just tried to make this game and I learned as I went. I learned as I went. Does that make sense? That sounds like a weird statement. Using Unity because C# seemed easier to learn. Yeah, I think most people would agree with that. But Unreal Engine has blueprints, so you don't even need to write code. Don't even need to write code. The coffee is smacking today. I'm feeling fucking juice to the gills right now. What did I want to do here? Process damage event aggro is what I wanted to do. I did want to change this into a processor. Yeah, so maybe this is the next thing I want to do. So let's write this down. Damage event aggro into processor. Don't tell me that. I will remake my whole game in Unreal. Do what's best for you. Don't take advice, you know, without any grains of salt. You need salt to make the advice palatable. And yeah, there's a steep learning curve to Unreal Engine despite there being an option for no code. Process damage event aggro. So like what? It's not that much, but like it does ruin cache locality, right? So you fuck up my cache locality. You fuck up my kiting. Can we vibe code a whole game in Unity? We? Who is we here? Process damage event aggro. Let's look where you're called from. Okay, so damage effect entity. Let me look at context data, target data, aggro type towards the target and the source. It would be really nice to write a processor that iterates over only damage effects. That would be really nice. And I do have F damage effect data. Beautiful. So I can iterate exclusively over them. I need to know when it's, well, I need to, first of all, it would need to be over non-period, well, we would need to check if it's periodic or not and make sure that we only apply the aggro at the right time. But let's spec this out. Let's spec this out. Where's my thingy? There we go. Gameplay, data, processors. Oh, here I go adding another processor again. So my processor, there we go. My attribute processor, no, entity processor, there we go. This is going to be damage aggro processor. Damage aggro processor. Let me think about other sources of aggro. Would it all be from a damage effect? I mean, I do have the ability to just kind of ad hoc add aggro to the aggro tables if I need to. Healing could be one, right? Oh man, that's gonna be a fucking bitch and a half, actually. That's gonna be a bitch and a half. So the way I wanted healing aggro, like a heal goes from person A to person B. The effect has a source of person A and a target of person B, but those are not the people who care about the aggro from that event. The people that care about the aggro from that event are anyone that's involved in that combat. So it's almost like it's a fucking AoE ability. So that's going to be a pain in the ass. I don't have healing aggro at the moment. It's all just based on damage. And I think actually healing would right now, because healing is negative damage. That's how that works right now. And so I think if adding healing aggro, like if you heal, well, yeah, I guess that makes sense. If you healed an enemy, it would reduce his aggro on you. And now that would make sense. Jonathan, welcome. Yes, whatever that means. Let's go ahead and move forward with this. Excuse me. Okay, damage aggro processor. Let me virtual void process entities. Yes, good, good. Okay, so we're going to iterate over. We are going to iterate over. We're going to go query dot with all. I'll say dot with none. With none doesn't really fucking matter, does it? With all f damage effect data. Okay, let's give it a proper scope name here. God, I'm snuffly now, sorry. Okay, so we want to do f entity, effect entity, and then we want to go damage data right there. And so we'll need to run this at a particular time, and I think that time is after the damage processor has processed. Maybe even after the attribute processor to get like the final. Look at this here. Final damage. We can say crits maybe cause extra. We could even do something like a crit is extra damage or something. Final damage. Yeah, so that is calc damage, which is within ability utils. It's my just damage calculation, I guess. And then I call that from within the damage processor, which needs an import. Yo, I'm back. Welcome back. Do I not fucking go? Okay, I guess final damage. Interesting, interesting. Okay, so I guess that just happens from the damage processor. And I hope, I mean, that would take into account any ability modifiers and stuff like that. I think that would be okay. I don't think the attribute processor would further modify that. It would with other attributes, but damage I don't think would ever happen. Bad news, I had to delete half my game. I had 300 to 400 errors. I don't know if deleting it was the right move there. How is your video? How your video is tracking the mouse? I hired a guy. His name is Paul, and he's like, you can't see him because he's like just behind the camera. Hi, Paul. No, you don't talk. We don't talk to Paul, okay? But he's standing there, and he moves the monitor around to follow my mouse. And that's his job. But anyways, I'm not 100% on how you have this set up, but wouldn't it be pretty quick to have the multiple processes work in steps where they feed each other the data instead of one huge process? I'm no expert. Yeah, I mean, that is kind of the nature of an ECS, is that you have individual processors, right? So each little block here is a different processor that's doing different things on different data. They're like queries, right? So I build a query, I can run a for each over entities that satisfy that query, such that I'm not doing anything extra that I don't need to. And that modifies, it can either modify or just read from entity data, which are these individual pieces of data that get passed in here. That's what builds the query as well. And so I just modify pieces of data, and sometimes processors are kind of dependent on each other, or you want them to happen in a certain order. And so I can set that up as well. So I have the entity subsystem here, and here's my process. These are all my processors. These are all my individual pieces of logic, basically. So I have them in a certain order here. Like, for instance, I need the damage processor to run before the attribute processor, because then damage will get applied to health at that point. So I need to calculate damage first. I had to, idiot, add a few plugins. I have no idea how he did that. He basically virused my game. You don't have source control? Do you not have source control? I think you learned your lesson if you don't. Lol, for real? Yeah. Anyways, damage data. So I guess if we have final damage here at this point, and we always should, unless the damage is a... So I think one thing I'll want to do is check for, I'll say with optional. With optional, F duration effect data. Const F duration data. Yeah, so we will want to check if it's periodic as well. I don't understand what you're doing. Please explain. I'm working on a video game. I'm working on a video game. Okay, so if either we don't have... I should put this logic somewhere, because I do this elsewhere. I mean, that's kind of like different, but that's like the logic, right? That's basically the logic. Should trigger periodic. It only happens from the duration processor. If it is a periodic effect, if duration data and it's a periodic effect, and, well, I mean, really, I don't even give a shit if it's not a periodic effect here. Because, like, what is a fucking duration-based damage event? It can't be anything that's not. It can't be anything that's, like, not, periodic if it's duration. Well, I guess I could have an effect that, like... He is coding. That's a great answer, yeah. I could have an effect that, like, God, should I make damage a fucking attribute? Oh, I made the decision not to. I could have an effect that says, like, just increase, you know, add 2 to all damage or something, you know? Fuck, maybe I should change damage into an attribute. Oh. We'll kick that can down the road. That's a side quest for now. Skip if periodic and not our time. Yes, do that. Otherwise, oh, I need the context data as well, Or no, I need the F target entity data. Yeah, we need target data. Target data. So I need to get target aggro data. F aggro entity data. I think that's the data. I think that's the data I want. Aggro table, yeah. That is the aggro table. Target data dot target dot entity. There we go. If target aggro data, which we should probably always have. God, it's a T map of entity to, yeah. I mean, that makes sense. Add entity aggro, affect entity, and final damage, basically. Pretty tight processor. It's a pretty tight processor. Is that all I would need to do there? So where is that? Go back to the process damage event aggro. Where was that at? I also check the aggro type. Should I be checking that here? Or do I just check that in the aggro table processor? And I wonder if I should even change the aggro processor just to this. Because really all the aggro processor does is it switches targets if the aggro is higher. Which we don't need to do. We don't need to check that every frame, right? If we have all the aggro events locked down. Like, where is add entity aggro coming from? The aggro radius processor, which is, that's fine. This one, damn it, which we're replacing, and then the one we just did. Let me look at aggro processor here. So we're going to iterate over anything with an aggro table that is simulating. Which I probably need to add that simulating tag to all of my other queries too, all my gameplay queries, because I don't want to like process that shit, you know? Hold target. If target is dead. Yeah, I guess the dead, when they kill something, we may need to remove it from the aggro table. Let me look at death. Let's take a look at death. Do I have the on killed something interface here? Right, I have on killed something. I think it's maybe only for the player. No, I don't. Okay, let me go to player character. Possessed by where would what is this, Game of Thrones? What is this, Game of Thrones? Oh, I probably shouldn't do that because I think a heal would be less than 0. I think heal numbers aren't showing up here. Yeah, what did I do with it? I changed all the names of my functions and stuff. Why on earth would I do that? Die. Yeah, we die there. I think maybe we let the velocity processor handle that, maybe. Equipment component, animations. We do the death animation, and then we grant entity kill EXP. So really all of it happens from the death interface. All of it happens from the death interface. And then I think, yeah, I used to have it on killed something, but now I just have this guy for showing the EXP gain. Okay. Why did I go down that path? Oh, because I wanted an event for removing it from the aggro table. But that's not very ECS of me, is it? Is it? So, thank you for the sub. Welcome in. Good morning. So, what do I want to do here? It would be nice to not have to do that in there. But anyways, get entity with highest aggro. Should I just check the faction data in here? Would that be faster? Add entity aggro, find or add plus equals. So I guess what I'm wondering, where do I do this check right here? Because I need to check the faction at some point. Which programming language is this? This is C++, Unreal Engine C++. I need to check the faction somewhere. This is doing an ad hoc lookup, which is not quite as effective as maybe doing something in here. Target data. Yeah, I mean, I think maybe in here would be... Yeah, we're doing 2 ad hoc lookups for the faction for both. And then we iterate over it to get the entity with the highest aggro, which does not scale very well. And then adding more into that loop to like check the aggro towards entity. Is there ever a scenario where if the target faction could change during combat? I think there may be. Like, I do want to like be able to like recruit people, you know, like in RimWorld there's a prisoner system, so you can capture enemies. And then you can recruit them and turn them to your side. And I don't know, maybe that can happen as they're taking damage from something and they have aggro. I don't know. I think also probably like when you recruit a colonist, just even one that's not an enemy, that there would be a faction change there. But then it's like I go from looking up the faction for both entities when we add damage to looking it up every frame. At least it's more consistent, right? Because this is super spiky. We see how spiky this is. It would be a bit more consistent. And cache locality may may save me here. Let me look at this again. Hello? There we go. I mean, dude, the get entity faction data. Wait, what is taking so long here? Get target data. So we go. Is there? Wait, is there a log somewhere? Yes, there fucking is. That's why it takes so long. Subsystem. It's weird that. Actually, no, it makes sense. Entity vlog. We got to use the entity vlog. Processing aggro from damage effect. I'll just say aggro from damage effect. We'll put the number aggro from I need to really go through and audit. I guess I don't know. No, I can go damage effect dots. Oh, this is just the entity. Get aggro value. Okay, we'll throw this in there then. Yeah. Maybe I don't want to move this to a processor. Maybe I don't want to add this to a processor. Let's rebuild and we'll compare. Yeah, I did not realize how much, like, look, like most of this, like from here into here of this process damage event aggro is a fucking log. So I really need to go through and make sure I'm not doing that. I need to just stick with the vlogs. And actually I should probably reopen that to compare, but I need to only use the vlogger logs, so it's only logging when I'm recording, and that way I can get a better performance test. I mean, it's already kind of scuffed in the editor, so what are you doing? Oh yeah, that's not right. We may not need this processor at all. So we're gonna do a rerun without the damage processor, and then I guess we'll do the damage processor and check. But I should probably still do that faction check there as well. We'll see how much faster that is. And so I'll need to add up the time of the attribute processor plus the damage aggro processor once we get there. Once we get there. But for now, just aggro, or just attribute processor we'll look at. Mark, thank you for the sub. Welcome. Okay, that's probably good enough. And then we'll also need to check like the counts, right? Because we do have the count metrics on there, which is super useful. Probably should have done that a long time ago. Okay, so let's that's like the new one, so let's grab like the one from just a moment ago compared to this one. Give me a frame of a similar number of entities, so 349 232. Okay, maybe that was 168. 234. Okay, where was 232 at? Didn't I just come across one that was like 232? It's 85. Oh Jesus. Oh Jesus. Yeah, this is what's hard about it now, because it's not even fucking the same not the same every frame anymore. $105? Is there not? Give me like a super shitty frame. 91. No, okay. It does seem, it seems like it's running faster though from my at a glance. 85. Littering in. 85 again. 141. Can we get it like a fucking? I'll get it 168 versus 141. What's the comparison there? 10 milliseconds to fucking 19. Let's get one slightly less then. Over on this side to 83. Didn't I just see one that was like 83 or 84 or something? 85. Okay, this is about as straightforward a fucking comparison as we can make. Entities 83 is 8.2. 85 is 8.2. Okay, we do have like one shitty handle attribute change here. Am I logging in that one? Handle attribute change. Just a vlog. Just a vlog, I think. What about pre-attribute change? I don't do anything in there, do I? I don't think so. I don't think so. You plan on playing more games on this channel? I know game development is the main thing, but I feel like it would help you get more viewers faster. That is if you care. I don't know that I would agree with that. That it would help me get more viewers faster. I've played a little bit of RimWorld on the channel though before. It's not out of the question, but that's just for funsies. It's not. I don't think that would actually get more viewers. And even if I did get viewers, I'm not sure that they would be interested in game development. Bro, how is this taking the same amount of time? That's crazy. I mean, at least it's not taking more. Let's find a different example. Let's find a different example. The RimWorld stream was bomb, was it now? Was it now? Who am I to deny the people what they want? I've been doing some Hades runs. Maybe we'll do some Hades or something. RimWorld is goated though, so kind of hard to beat. So 91. This one completed faster. We had more entities and it completed faster. Yeah, that RimWorld run was crazy though. We had Crazy Cat Lady. We had fucking Wednesday Addams, who was just harvesting organs left and right. Crazy Cat Lady was killing people with a shotgun. Quality of viewers, I agree, would vary greatly. Well, we already got that with YouTube Shorts, so. We already got that with YouTube Shorts. And like the RimWorld stream, I don't think it didn't have, at least on the Twitch side. I mean, I don't think it did on YouTube Shorts. It didn't have higher viewership, but it was only one. So, like the YouTube Shorts algorithm is pretty all over the place, so maybe another RimWorld stream would have higher viewership, but the first one didn't do super great. But not, again, it's like, this is a fucking, it doesn't matter, because it's not like I'm making fucking money from this at all. So I think what I'm seeing here is that it's just super inconsistent, even when it's the same number of entities, different things are happening, like different calculations are happening. 92, I mean, yeah, it's just, I mean, it is, I can look at each one of these, like, this is just doing more attributes here. But I mean, it's just, I can tell it's not, it's faster. It's faster on average, I think, is the key. Should I do a big picture? Good big picture comparison here. Attribute processor for each. Oh my god. How do you spell entities? You'd think someone like me would know. Okay, I guess we can't make that any more specific, can we? Okay, so attribute processor, we have 170 versus 79. Okay, so let's get a better. About 8.3 seconds. Okay. 79. Attribute processor, let's start with the old one. The old one, max time was 52 milliseconds. Average time was 14 milliseconds. Median was 9.3. And with my new one, max time was 21 milliseconds, which is much lower. But like that's an outlier, right? Those are outliers, so we shouldn't really compare that. Average time 8.3 milliseconds. Median time 7.6. So yeah, that is better. That is, I mean, I think it's safe to say that that's better and that's gooder, more gooder. Is what we're all about here. Sounds like implementing attributes is a pain. Or a pain, is it just how often it's called and changed? It is what I'm trying to. What are you asking? I have attributes like working. I'm just like kind of going through and trying to figure out how to make it run better. But yeah, essentially anytime an entity needs to, like, I have a tag for recalculating attributes, which happens whenever a gameplay effect is added or removed. And so I need to go through and I need to figure out the dependencies for all of the attribute dependencies of all of the effects applied. So we're not recalculating attributes that don't have effects on them. That wouldn't make sense anyway. But right now I'm just going through and doing all of them that have effects on them because it's not so straightforward to only do the ones that are changed. And the attributes can be based off of other attributes. So for instance, the stamina attribute, or I should say the max health attribute, is based off of stamina. So I have to create, and there are more that are like that, right? Like melee crit chance is based off of like strength and agility. It's like based off of several things, right? And so I have to do this topological sort here, which sorts the dependency tree such that, you know, all the ones that are dependent or I should say all the ones that are dependencies get calculated before the ones that are dependent on that. So it's kind of a complicated process. And then, you know, even within calculating an attribute, like the calculations aren't super straightforward either, because there's base value and current value, and there's different ways. It's kind of a pain. It's kind of a pain. But yeah, if you go back to the beginning of the stream, I do explain why it's such a pain. I do explain that. Okay, so safe to say that's a good test. Now we're gonna do another test. Let me actually look at that again. So this is the most recent one. Just give me a random frame. I can't even find the damage event to aggro thing now. There it is. Process damage event to aggro is now 2.3 microseconds. Is now 2.3 microseconds. So okay. Process damage event to aggro. So now what we want to do is we want to go into here. We're not going to do that there, although go there. because I need some information. Yes, give me that. Damage aggro processor. Target data. Context data. Do I have context data? I do need context data, so we can F context. Context entity or context effect data. That is what it is. Context effect data, that'll have the source on it, the source information. And then I can have the and then I think I do need the faction utils eventually, but I can also get the F faction. Is it faction aggro entity data? Yeah, faction aggro entity data as well. Aggro settings, okay. Faction aggro, oh no, because this isn't on, this is the effect entity, so actually no, I don't have that. I don't have that. I do have to get that. I do have to look that up both ways anyway. Well, we'll just see if this is the case now. And let me make sure I'm not forgetting anything in here. The vlog, sure, we'll do a vlog as well. If aggro data, we aggro data, target, aggro value. Oh, I just do get aggro value. So I don't need to do that lookup anymore. So that gets a little bit more efficient. That part gets a little more efficient. Damage effect entity. Do I want to, I don't know that I want to log that on the damage effect entity actually. I want this to be the source entity. So change that. Source entity, and then we'll log the... Actually, no. From... I want it to be the target entity. Okay. So let's rebuild that. I will pop this processor in. And then we'll do a performance comparison. And it's going to be kind of a difficult one to make, but we'll just have to do our best. Educate what this means. What are you making? What are you making, bro? Been coming across you videos watching from Tanzania. Tanzania. Well, hello over there in Tanzania. I'm making a video game. It's going to be an RPG Colony Sim Roguelite with procedural destructible terrain. One where I want to simulate the whole world, or at least as much of the world as possible. So I'm doing a lot of performance critical things to do so. So I'm optimizing some of my gameplay systems. The one I'm looking at now is attribute processor and how it relates to processing damage events and what kind of aggro that applies. So I will need to add the damage aggro processor here, and I think I want that to run definitely after, it has to be after the damage processor. Maybe we'll do it after the attribute processor as well. Methinks. So I know you don't like being compiled, but you can do it. I believe in you. Okay. Keep it up, bro. We all support you. Thank you, my dude. Appreciate the positivity. Uh-oh. The fuck is this? The fuck is this? This has never happened. What is this? Okay. Target location. Target bounds data. Huh. I mean, I guess I account for it being null here, but I never account for it being null there. Interesting. Interesting. Why would it be null here? I guess it's like, I think it might be in the process of spawning here. Or something. That is weird that that's not there. How are we all doing today, though? It's a Sunday. It's a nice chilly. It's like one of the first chilly days of fall here, I'll say. We've had a couple kind of chilly days, and then we had a lot of hot days. Like it was like fucking 80 degrees yesterday. That's in freedom units. It's in America units. Which is, that's toasty. That's a little toasty. That's like, you start to get a little sweaty outside, you know? Which is what, maybe 30 Cs? For all my Euro bros. And Tanzania bros. Bruh, what is happening? What is happening? This shit, like, never happened before. Oh, the damage processor is causing some fucking issues. What issues are you causing? Process damage. Oh, this is damage processor. Uh-oh. Okay, hang on. Wait, why is this causing issue? Is it the what is happening? First of all, what the fuck? I'm gonna replace, we're gonna take out the damage aggro processor and see if this continues to happen. Get rid of the damage aggro processor. I know. Interesting. Yeah, totally fine. Totally fine. Damage aggro processor, what's your fucking deal? What is happening here? Maybe you forgot to put a comma? Well, you know, the compiler would tell me that. So I wouldn't even be able to run the game if that were the case. So it's something quite a bit more insidious. What about this is so wuxy, huh? What about this is all wuxy, huh? How weird. How weird. So that we were doing that after attributes. Let's do it before attributes. Was the last one the damage processor that did it? I don't think so. And you're saying what, that there's no... What is this target entity, I wonder? Damage processor, we are processing damage. What about this processor caused an issue? That's so weird. And it's causing an issue with some of the data is null. I mean, the only thing I'm doing here is adding aggro. Target aggro data, get entity data. How many days did you make all this? My brother in Christ, my sweet summer child, my sweet prince. The amount of time that I've worked on this is not measured in days anymore. I've been working on this for 3 years. We're gonna aggro data, aggro type. Why? What are you doing? Are you? No. It's just a figure of speech. Okay, I'm just gonna start commenting things out until it works. We're to that point. Don't do any modifications, see what happens. Okay, do we have... Yes, it's still in there. Good. Good. Okay, so it is the aggro table. I wonder if, for some reason... We'll do the vlog here now, too, just to make sure that's not the issue. I'm wondering if... Because we're adding to that table, all of the memory is getting shifted improperly. Yeah. Okay, so it is specifically add entity aggro. Why would that be an issue? I was doing that before. I say as I can't find it. There it is. I was doing that before. And it was fine. I guess the only difference is the way that I'm looking up the aggro data. Although I'm looking it up there too. F aggro entity data, target data, target entity. Yeah, that's basically the same, other than get aggro value, which I don't need to do. Okay, let's try this now. Okay, we'll just rebuild it. We'll just rebuild it. It's fine. It's fine. How many hours did you make this daily? I guess more than 4. I can't put a number on that. You can go back and look at all my streams and see how long they were. And I also work on it off stream some as well. Okay, let's see if this crashes or not. I'm gonna guess it will crash. I'm gonna guess adding to that map is what the issue is. There it is. There it is. Let me see. Calc damage. Interesting. Interesting. Let's do one of those. Let's see if that crashes. Well, we have no aggro now, I suppose. We have no aggro at the moment. Didn't crash. I guess that makes sense. Okay, what is happening here? I need Dr. Elliot. Just what the doctor ordered. So something fucky with memory is happening where we are adding to this map here, this aggro table map. And I think that's shifting some memory around. Because a map is kind of stored, it's not stored inline. It is not stored inline. I don't think any collections are. And well, I guess you can do a T inline allocator, but anyways. So it's stored elsewhere, so I wouldn't have thought that this would have any ability to happen. This is so annoying. Oh, I see it. Son of a bitch. I didn't know it. I was adding aggro. Yeah, that was why. So there was no memory fuckiness happening. I was just being dumb. I was adding aggro to the damage effect entity itself, rather than the source of the damage. Yeah, that'll do it. That'll do it. Okay, let's do a fucking proper test now. So many tabs. I limited the number of tabs I have. This is actually not that many, I feel like. When working in a large project, of course. Okay, now we fucking test. Now we test. Yes. Fight. Fight. Okay, who's gonna win? Greens or yellows? Okay, we'll stop. We'll pause. Okay. Let us see here. And then I want the other one there. Okay. Okay, give me a random frame that's around the same time. 8.8, sure. Wow, damage aggro processor running so fucking fast. 76 microseconds, okay. Well, we really need... God, this is going to be so hard to compare. I need something that has about the same amount of... But I don't even know if how much damage is happening, right? I don't even know. I guess damage processor would be the most illuminating. Yeah, I need something with the same damage processor and same attribute processor counts. I feel like it's very... Yeah, we're doing performance optimization, so... Yeah, it's... you know, running 1,000 things all in combat all at once is it is a little choppy, yeah. I'm only using one thread as well. Damage processor 234. God, this is gonna be so hard to fucking find a match. 243. Here, why don't I just do, we'll search. So we'll go timer name contains U damage processor. Not contains, we'll do equals is. There we go. Go to the last one and we'll work backwards. Oh my God, that's so small. Okay. Num entities underscore, well, maybe we can do that one instead. Process entities. Okay, yeah, we'll do that. Work our way backwards. Wow, there's zero there. 33. I'm looking for like one that's like 234 or something. 49. 70. 101, 26, 52, 47, 49. I guess there's going to be less and less as time goes on. So maybe let's go to the front then. Yeah, we just need to make our way through here. Yeah, we're getting more and more now. $29, $40, $90. Okay, we're getting up there. We're getting to the big boys now. $29. $109. That's I think $109 has been the closest. $169. That's not the worst comparison. And how many attributes did we have? 226. That's a pretty close comparison. 226 to 243, about the same amount of time. Wonder if we should go. Let me. What was the next frame here? That was the same. That's the same frame. 234 again. Wait, we have so many. Go to the. Dude, am I clicking on the same fucking frame each time? What the heck? Yeah, this is a hard comparison to make. So 243 attribute entities got processed in 17.7 milliseconds. 226 got processed in 17.5 milliseconds. When's the alpha coming out? Maybe like 20, 25 years? So the damage processor, 3.5 per iteration, about 3.5, 3.9, 3.7, 4. Yeah, we'll go 3.5. Hello. 3.5 for processing damage aggro. 4.1 here. 2.92. Wait, I'm looking at the wrong damage processor. Oh, one microsecond. 1.6. 1.3. 1.3, 1.5. Okay, so I think that adds up to less time. Why not create a Steal a Brain Rot game? My dude, if you really need an answer to that question, you're a lost soul, and I can't save you. Custom calculate. Yeah, so I think this. I mean, if I'm just looking at like a per, let me just go find a random one too. We'll make sure that that remains the case. Even though the longest one here, 6.2 microseconds, 1.8, 1.8, 1.6. So. Yeah, I think this will be on average faster. num entities 135. Num entities 131. Okay, so 135. God, it's really hard because I don't know how many are taking damage. So it's like 135 entities are having their attributes processed, but I have zero information on. I guess all these like little green pips are the process damage event aggros, right? Yeah, well, kind of. I think that would be apply side effects. Yeah, I think that would be the case. So all this like lower line right here, which like that looks somewhat even. So these are processing about the same amount of entities, and this one's going, you know, so many milliseconds. It's going like 3 milliseconds faster. It's really hard to say what. 240. Jesus. 215. God, this one, there were so many running. And the thing is, like, as this speeds up, like the frame rate, that means it's going to take less time in order for more entities to die, and therefore it speed up. Which just makes it even harder. Yeah, I think on average it is much lower. This is like 2 milliseconds lower for only 20 less. Num entities 194. Let's find one that's like fucking. What is my? Well, let's do the big picture now. Let's do the big picture now. So attribute processor barely knower. And we're doing about 14 seconds worth of time there, so we'll grab. See, the thing is, like, how many frames is in here? So I have a feeling this is going to have run more times in the same. Yeah, the processor ran about 40 more times. So it ran about, what is that, like 10%? 10-ish% more. Max time was 21 versus 17 now. Average time 8.7, now 7.2. Median time 7.5, down to 6.7. But now we also need to add in the damage. And so what's the diff here? So the diff is like, we'll go with median 6.7, 7.5. So that's a little bit less than a millisecond. 8.7 versus 7.2. So we'll say a millisecond. I also need to add in the damage aggro processor. Oh my god, so fast. 0.06. Okay, so yeah, that's we saved about a millisecond there. I think we've saved about a millisecond. Okay, I'm happy with that change. I am happy with that change. So now there's no longer that event. Get rid of that. We can also get rid of that function too. I think. We don't use that anywhere, right? No, we don't. No, we don't. Okay, so we have our damage aggro processor. Now, I think I can even potentially speed this up even more by doing a set 2 queries, actually. View damage aggro processor, process image. Which is just going to be that part. Make it const. Make it const. Yeah, so do that. And we're actually going to do now, instead of with optional, F duration effect data. No more with optional. That is now a ref. We're gonna do 2 loop-de-doops here. Here's one. So now we're going to do an explicit with none. for the duration effect data. So hopefully this gets even faster. Let's rebuild that and we'll see what kind of effect that has. Okay, so I closed both of those. We'll open up one of those again. Okay. Come now. Come now, Unreal Engine. What saith thee? Oh, I didn't add the parentheses. Had the worst shave of my life today. Ain't buying a local razor ever again. What, like the mouse company? The gaming peripherals company? It's the only kind of razor I know. What are you coding? I'm coding a video game. RPG Colony Sim Roguelite with procedural terrain. Doing some performance optimizations. Okay, let's give it a testy test. Okay. We'll see how much faster the damage processor gets. What is C++? Razer peripherals are overrated. Yeah, I was never... I think the only Razer thing I've ever owned is a Razer headset. It hurt my fucking ears when I wore it for long periods of time. Okay, give me that guy. Boop. And then give me this one too. Boop. Boop. Okay. Just give me the big picture. 14.8 seconds. There we go. Okay. Okay, 260. God damn, it ran so much more here. 0.03, 0.007. Yeah, I think that ran a fuck ton faster, actually. I'm gonna actually need to grab like a new section here to get like a similar count. That's pretty close. Oh my god, it ran so much faster. That's insane. Where I can't even see it. There we go. Okay. (42 to 94). Cache miss. Did I log that? I see. I did. That is my log. My log, my log. My logs, my logs, my logs. Check it out. Dude, I can't even find it. It's so small. Can I get one that's like around the same count? Please and thank you. 90. I think I'm just on average iterating over less now because I'm not selecting things that I don't need to. C-Line is the best IDE with all that performance info. This is Unreal Engine Insights. And I don't use C-Line, I use Writer for Unreal Engine. Yeah, I think I'm just like on average doing less entities, which I think makes sense. Although this one is, these are smaller. Well, that was kind of a big one. 1.5, 1.3. I feel like 1.3 seems to be average here. Yeah, that's about the same. That's about the same. Okay. Thank you for the sub. Welcome. Are you building an engine from scratch? No, this is Unreal Engine. But, I mean, I can't imagine that this is going to be worse in terms of performance. So I think we're going to be good. I think we're good to go there. I think we're good to go there. And so this is going to be... Let's commit this. This is going to be called... Change damage aggro event. I'll say process damage aggro event into damage aggro processor. Beautiful. BEA beautiful. And there's probably more I should do. Give me that last one. Probably more I should do. Attribute processor is running better. Gameplay tags. Yeah, there's just... Yeah, I could pool abilities, which... would be more performant. It feels weird to do that though, because I would need to like reset them and everything. Okay, so we've done that. Let me cross it off the list. That is not what I meant to do. Cross it off. Okay. I guess I don't know what else I can do in terms of performance for this specific scenario. In terms of not the state tree. The state tree is pretty bad. I mean, maybe this is... There's probably a lot of logs in there. UE... log. That's not what I wanted to do. Yeah, so these logs take up a considerable amount of performance. That one I do kind of want to know about. Interactable ISMC. I'm just going to focus on the ones that involve the state tree, if there's any. There's any state tree tasks here. Actually, I don't think there was any. Can we test your game? Nope, not ready for that yet. What is all this empty space happening in the state tree, huh? I guess there's like a lot up front. I guess I don't need to do all this at the moment, although I think I will when I do parallel processing, so I'll keep that in there. So what's like the first day tree task tick? Let's put a scope trace in here. Process entities. Do I call it? What do I call this? This is just like, I'll call this should tick. Pathfinding. Pathfinding only, like, I mean, it is a completely flat world, so I guess it's not surprising that it only takes that long, but that is pretty fast. It is pretty fast. State tree, by far the worst here. Log attribute change. Wait, why? I don't have the vlogger on. I don't have the vlogger on. Isn't there a better? Let me actually look here. Attribute processor. There may be a better macro for this. I thought there was like a. I thought I used one somewhere. Is it all just if with editor? If enable visual log. There it is. Okay, let's rebuild right there. Okay, we good? We got one over there. Okay, let me BRB real quick while that builds. The fuck is this? Oh my god, my disk space. Uh-oh. I gotta delete some fucking VODs here. It overflows onto my C drive. If I'm not mistaken. Or no, I'm saving them onto my same drive that I do game dev on. We'll just delete it. Dude, videos take up so much space. Crazy. Crazy. What was I gonna test? Forgot what I was doing. Oh yeah, that we were gonna take a peek at the state tree stuff here. Jack, welcome in. You don't auto delete some of your VODs or have ANS or anything. I don't know what ANAS is. I don't even really need to save them. I'm just saving them in case like YouTube, like they don't upload to YouTube properly. But I have a 2 terabyte NVMe that they're on. So it'll take a while for that to for that to fill back up. A NAS. No NAS for me. You know, I don't really care about saving all of my VODs. The only ones I really care about saving are the few that, like, when I first started streaming where I didn't auto upload to YouTube. And like I only did them to Twitch or something. Well, those are the only ones I actually care about saving. 20 milliseconds on this bad boy. Yeah, the custom calculations are... I wonder if I should go through and like pre-calc the custom calculations in a different processor. And so that way, by the time I get to the attribute processor, all it needs to do is apply. Well, no, because the custom calculations require other things to be... No, I can't do that. Can't do it. Can't do it. I was gonna look at state tree. I'm looking at attribute processor here. Okay, state tree. What are you doing? Oh, it's just all within the tick. Yeah. Set output target location. Okay, so this guy is a little bad. This guy's a little bad. What's happening in here? Get proxy actor data. So just initializing the ability takes some time, which I think makes sense. Which, yeah, using the CDO for this is a little sketchy. This ability can be used by multiple entities. It would be nice to get these abilities into a more data-driven state, but it's going to be difficult because there's just a lot of really arbitrary ad hoc data. Or data, not logic. Arbitrary ad hoc logic. Where do I get the proxy actor? Where's the first place I do that at? Wait, so then wait, what is this then? Set output target location. Yeah. Oh, it's in here. I see, I see. You know what? Let's throw a trace scope in there. I am curious. Sync queries. Location entity data. Target radius. If it's a ranged ability. Distance to target is a little bit inefficient there. They should already have the target entity. So that could be sped up a little bit. Yeah, I do get into, so there's one extra get entity location that I don't need to be doing there. Somewhere. Instigator location, yeah, I'm getting the entity location there too, so that's probably it. What is GAS? Gameplay Ability System. It's a built-in Unreal Engine thing. Project point and navigation. Location entity data. So that would be... Where's that last get location? There we go. So that's that last point. So about, I would say 25% of it is everything after that. So probably mostly the project point to navigation. I wish I had a better... The game is going to be an RPG Colony Sim Roguelite with procedural, destructible terrain. I'm just doing some performance optimizations here. Yeah, I'm not sure there's a whole lot I can do. There's not a whole lot I can do to optimize this other than the distance to target function, I think. Okay, let's check. Let's do some things here. Okay, Roxy, stop it. Okay, instigator location. I don't want the actor transform. Getting the actor transform. Guess I'm not doing any extra there. So I already have the target location, basically. I don't actually need a variable for that, really. So I can probably cut down on the number of target locations. Quite a bit. Okay, let's see if that's much better. It's probably not going to be a whole lot better. Probably not going to be a whole lot better, but it is technically less lookups. The get point to long direction, it does do a get safe normal. Which I've done. I'm doing 3 get safe normals, which that's a little bit extra. Don't I have, yeah, I have an unnormalized one here, so maybe we do that too. Buddy, I'm new and constantly getting overwhelmed by the front end. I mean, I want to go back end and DevOps side, but I also want to do a bit of front end, so I can't make my decisions on what to do. Do you think I'm going to make the decision for you? I'm not going to do that. There is a thing called full stack. I'd actually say most positions are full stack positions. Okay. Run that for a bit. All right, let's take a peek at that. Let's take a peek at that. So what is the average, like, output target location? I guess we'll have to compare. God, this state tree took longer. It was actually about the same amount of time for a little bit less. Give me the big picture. Median time was 0. It's actually worse. It is the right one, right? An output target. Yeah, it's kind of hard to, yeah, this one's going to be hard to compare. I mean, let's just check the state tree overall. 14 seconds worth of time here. 14 seconds. $142. Wow, exactly the same number of runs. Average time, median time, 39 milliseconds. Average time, median time, 38 milliseconds. Max time, 57. Max time, 70. Min time, 28. Min time, 30. I don't. It's such a small optimization. It's barely anything. Let's continue trying to like crack down on some stuff here. Let's go into execute ability task here. I see some superfluous lookups for entity data. Find ability by class. Do I have a scope trace on that? Probably should. My instance data here. I don't have target on this instance data, do I? No. I could. I feel like I could. Is within min range, is within max range. Yeah, this is the... This probably affects... Do I do is within min and max range here? No, I don't. So I need to like manually do the is within min and max range here, I think. Because I'm just doing additional lookups to do it. Where did I just close the function? No, there it is. Okay. Executability. Get current target. And then update location. We do get entity location. The lookup target, lookup location. I could pass in the target and we could prevent the lookup. I think we should do that. Let me look at the state tree real quick here. So calcability location. target. And that is a... Yeah, can I see which class that is? I mean, I believe it's a target. Target task.target. So we can pass that. I think we can pass that in there. Calc ability location. Go back to that one. And we'll pass in that. Yeah, so basically that. And so that, I think, should already be updated. So we'll want to use that. Target location. Instigator location, target location. I wonder if something like instigator location should just be something that... I feel like that's something that's going to be commonly used throughout a lot of state tree tasks. I'm thinking that maybe we should have that just set on as like some state tree parameter or something, so we don't have to look it up every frame. But it's like 100 nanoseconds every lookup, so it's not that bad, but it may just be extra. I think I will want to use this function here. What am I using the subsystem for? For the bounds data. And I hope I have one for is within max range. I should maybe make one for is within min or max range, because I think... Yeah, I think I should make one that does min and max range. Because I'm going to do an additional distance to target, yeah. So let's do this. Bool u target utils is within min and max range. No, I don't want to do that. What we instead want to do is undo that, because that just fucked everything up. There we go. Is within max range. Just plot both of these in here. We can get rid of that one. I'll say if distance to target if the distance to target is less than min range, turn false. And honestly, let's do max range first, because I don't think not all abilities are going to have a minimum range. That's only really for like ranged abilities. There might be a case to use this in blueprints, but we'll make a blueprint callable. Yes, make it static. Is within min and max range. Okay. So now we can just do that once. Is within min and max range. There we go. There we go. Now no superfluous lookups there. So target data. I don't need the target because it's passed in. I don't think I need to update the target location. Right. This is from get target task. So let's look up get target task. Set output target. Working on a Sunday. This is hobby free time stuff. This is all. I can maybe even move temp here, I think. Yes, I am. I mean, this is fun for me. But no, I am not working. I'm having fun. Instance data. Honestly, even if it's not valid, I mean, I guess, yeah, failing is good there. But when I get current targets, we do update that. So that does have the populated location. And yeah, we return a copy. So yeah, move temp is good there, I believe. And so yeah, we don't need to look up the target either. So this is getting a bit more efficient here. Thank you for the sub, Rock. Welcome in. State tree data. Yeah, look that up. Update next frame. Okay, let's look at executability. What do we got here? We're re-getting the target. Yeah, no bueno. No bueno on that. Do I have instance data down here anywhere? I do. It's passed in. Okay, so target is now instance data.target. So no need to look that up. Equipment component. Ah, equipment component. But what about having brunch with your Mima? Not during football season. Tag data. Hashtag, yeah, let's do this down here. We don't necessarily need to look that up sometimes. Meemaw doesn't miss a football game. There's no ability. Is child of, if it's a melee audit, which it is for all of these. Equip data. Equipping. Let's use the I think, what is it? The U... Is it just in U entity utils get equipment component? From I mean, I guess this may be slightly more efficient. I don't know. How much is it? You know, how expensive is a Git world? You know what I mean? I don't know. Probably not too bad. It's just a little cleaner. It's quite a bit cleaner, actually. Quite a bit cleaner. You indie dev. Well, I haven't released anything, so I don't know if I get to call myself that. Just a hobby dev. Yeah, I mean, let's just do that. Let's just do this. Rebuild. Well, it should be slightly more performant. I just got off the phone with your Mima. She is halfway through her second mimosa. You can still make it and not disappoint her. The quiche is still warm. Okay, it doesn't like that. Move temp call on a const object, I see. Yeah, I don't know if I even could have assigned the const object there. Okay, rebuild. Okay, we good? We are good. Okie dokie. Let's, we need to rewire this target up now. And I think I need to do that in one other place, in the random spawn something or other, right? Yes, in there. Okay. Let's trace. All right. Let's take a peek here. Show me, just show me, actually, I have so many of these open. Yeah, so give me that, that. This one can go. Okay. Show me a state tree. State tree. That's pretty close. Took longer. Took longer. Executability, try execute. Wait, do I not have scope traces on that? Oh, no, I have it on try executability and then executability. Okay. Wait, where is the... Oh, I guess a lot of them they don't. A lot of them they don't. God, this is gonna be hard. It's gonna be hard to find frames where they actually execute the ability and don't just like return immediately when it's already active. Try. Okay, let's just search for some, I suppose. Well, I guess we can do. Let's give me the big picture first. We'll do a macro comparison. What do we got? 14 seconds. $142. 132. Average time 40, median time 39. Average time 30. Okay, so it actually got a little worse. It got a little worse. That is the right order, right? 1056, 1030. Yeah, yeah. Let me compare try execute ability. .2002 count 203,000 count. There were actually just less. There were like, holy shit, so much less. Did I do that on purpose? Did I do that on purpose? Let me spot check a few more of these. God damn, it's so hard to tell. There we go. There's an executability that actually did stuff. Okay. Yeah, find ability by class, super fucking fast because there's not that many active abilities. Currently, they say Rust is better than C++, and more people are using Godot for game making. So Unity and UE aren't going anywhere. Yeah, I mean, programming languages are just tools, so I wouldn't listen to anyone who says one language is better than another without any sort of nuance. So 5.4 microseconds there. 1 point. God, this is gonna be so difficult. Hello? There we go. Let's do F executability. Why is that? That is not at all what I want. Okay, total 5.1. Now let's do, I want another one of these, but for this guy. Go to the end, zoomy zoom, zoom in, 14 microseconds, okay. Let's just get a feel for how long these take on average. 9, 15. Let's actually, let me get the, give me a big picture for just this guy. So the state tree on average took longer. I don't know if that's just noise. Max 0.14004003 1500400. I mean, it's like so hard to fucking tell. They're like the exact same. Max is actually like slightly higher, but like when I'm spot checking these, like it looks different. Okay, here's one that's not quite. I mean, it is less. Init entity ability took 1.3 there. I mean, there is less happening here, right? Like all these little pips are just less. There's less of them. Abilities on cooldown data. Oh yeah, because I need. Do I check if it's on cooldown in the executability? Wait, where am I doing that at? Apply cooldown is on cooldown. Inability cooldown time remaining. Why is that happening? Is that correct? That is in between the bounds data and applied tags data. Oh, can activate ability. That's what does it. That makes sense. That makes sense. Let's throw a scope trace on that so that I can actually tell. Okay. The lookups are like chunkier here. They're chunkier, but there's less of them. I don't know. That's just kind of like by chance. Let's check some more. 10 milliseconds. See, this one happened. It is just on average taking longer. 2.6 microseconds, 4.6 microseconds. Yeah, they on average are happening quicker. I mean, so it must just be noise. It must just be noise. Just try and find like, just gonna, okay, here's a long one. Oh, and we're adding, what are we adding? Oh, that's the tri-activated ability. Ooh, 17. Oof. I mean, that's just a Q add entity data. I mean, it's just kind of... They do. I don't know if it's just because this ran longer and so we're getting faster and faster as there are less and less entities. Ooh, there was one that was fucking 20 right there. 20 microseconds. Ain't nobody got time for that. Yeah, I mean, that seems... I don't know, it's so... I mean, we're doing less. I just have to go with my knowledge here. This should be... I mean, it's so close. Oh, there's some that are like really bad. 40. Did we just go back to the end? What the fuck was that? I think we should just add that. I think we should move forward with that. I think it's for the best. I think it's for the best. On ability state tree tasks. Hit that. That's fine. Open that one back up though. Like what's next that we should focus on? What would be good, actually, is to do less tasks. And just do larger tasks. It's less modular, but it would mean there's more cache locality and we can actually keep things in memory. What is this interstate right here? Choose ability should be logged. Yeah, what would have been in there? Find path, maybe? I have that. Move to? I have that. Environment query? I don't think that would be the case. I don't know. They're not getting hungry, are they? I mean, let's add one here anyway. executability, that should be scope, traced, find random reachable point. I guess Copilot doesn't want to work in the find window. I get that. I get that. Populate global vars is an interesting one. Also, why is this okay. Interact action, put in storage, set entity interact action. I mean, really, if I had to rethink how the state tree works overall, like what I did is I took the mass state tree processor, like the built-in Unreal Engine has a built-in ECS called mass. I didn't like it, but my state tree processor is based off of that, roughly. And, you know, if I were to have rewritten something from scratch, probably what I would have done is each state tree task is like a chunk of, like, I guess I would every entity that is on a particular task, I would want to process in the same loop, right? That would be the best hash locality there, because we'd be looking up the same data. It would be super conditional, but I do think that would be, on average, better than processing like each entity's state tree tasks, you know? But that's like a whole like rewriting the state tree functionality is like a whole can of worms. And I wouldn't want to lose the editor functionality that I have. Yeah, so what state is this guy in? 'Cause I noticed, well, we do have find path and move to. He might just be, it might be find random reachable point or something. Inquiries. We'll throw one in the wait task too, I suppose. Oh yeah, this has the this is the timer, right? This is timer. Oh, this is for tag change. This is not the wait task. There's the wait task. That's the timer. Let's rebuild. And I don't do any logs in that was set output target location. No, just a just vlogs, which is fine. Move to task, move to next point. Okay, let's just close those, We're gonna retest now.
Hello.
Hello, who is that? Shawnee B.
John C.
Why are you running?
Very good, baby.
Why are you running?
How goes it, my dude? How was the stream? Oh, Lord. We're just optimizing.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got him.
What the dog doing?
What the dog doing? How's your stream? What were you working on? Anything you want to show off? Please let me know. Yeah, we're just optimizing. Right now I'm looking at the state tree, but we've been optimizing just all of my gameplay ability system stuff. Just kind of overall. Bad, good, fascinating, nightmarish. Oh man, that's a roller coaster of a stream. What happened? what happened to you? Are you still on what's that fucking program called? Marvelous Designer. Yeah, that's what I was looking for. There's some test imports, character clothing for Marvelous Designer to UE Cloth Chaos Physics. Chaos Cloth Physics. I learned a lot. Yeah. That is all beyond me at the moment. That is all beyond me. Did this tick twice? Did this tick twice? Why? Why did you tick twice? Yeah, I think Cloth Sim is going to be outside the scope of my game, unfortunately. Unfortunate. I think I know why that happened. In the state tree, I like tick again if we can't get a good state. Probably finish task, ticking again. I mean, maybe we just wait for that next frame. You know, maybe we just do that next frame. I mean, I'm okay if we don't, like, get into a new state each fucking frame, you know? Like, we can chill out for a second. He was in the same one, though. He was in the same one. And he did find ability by class. He did find, yeah, so I don't know what the deal was there with that guy. I think a lot of them are doing that. Hang on, let's comment this out. And rerun. Let's comment that out and rerun. It'll be our old one, so put that there. Lots of exploding verts, like I'm trying to adorn a neutron star with a ball gown. I would love to see that workflow and pipeline. I would love to see that. Got it mostly working, but performance and sim stability seem really hard. Also, Insight's hype. Is it hype? Or is that sarcasm? I don't know. I quite enjoy it. I find it very satisfying to make little performance improvements. And I'm just like going through and just slapping like trace scopes on every function. Just need more and more information. Yeah, like doing my like gameplay. Think about gameplay attributes and how they can like affect each other, and like you can have any number of effects affecting any number of attributes, and then like those effects could be attribute based, so they have like dependent attributes. Like for instance, max health is based on how much stamina you have, right? So you have to go through and sort, like do a dependency hierarchy sort to make sure that things like stamina are calculated before max health, right? And there could be any number of those. And so it's like, I wanted to go through and like only recalculate attributes that have changed, but then it's like, I can have a list of dirty attributes. That's not too difficult, right? When effects are added or removed, I can tell which attributes they affect. But then it's like, I have to go through each active effect and check if they have any dependent attributes. And if their dependent attributes are dirty, then that means that I need to add another attribute, whatever one they're affecting, to the dirty list. And then I have to go back through the list and recalculate. It's like, okay, I think just recalculating all of them might just be faster on average. It might be. The cloth import setup is the first time I've seen a data flow graph. That sounds like a rundown, like from The Office. You got that rundown report ready for me yet? He's like, what's a rundown? I don't know what a rundown is. Another UE node graph system, kind of cool though. Yeah, it's like UE does love its node graph systems, which is kind of why I appreciate state trees not being that way. I feel like the node graphs and stuff, like they can be nice for some things, but I feel like they get overwhelming pretty quickly. Okay, let's see what the state tree looked like this time. Find path. Why did you take so long? What are you doing? We're still doing it fucking twice. Why are we doing it twice? Should tick. Why am I doing that twice? What are you doing? Tick update tasks internal. Tick trigger transitions internal. We're in Sweeney country now. In the backwoods. Trigger transitions. Exit state. They completed. Tick postlude. Ah, yes. The postlude. That is what some people do on OnlyFans. Viewport reminded me of the 2 zombie movies I watched last week. Yes, except they are all Michelin men. Colored Michelin men. Okay, so that wasn't... So this one didn't go twice, did it? No, this one went once. This one went... So why are some of them running twice? This one ran twice. I guess it's just because it's like they finished the state or something. It's like, I don't need you to run that twice. Give me the big picture here. Whoa, 14 seconds. We'll do that. Let's see if commenting that out actually led to any... This is a kind of big picture kind of thing here. Boom. Okay, so state tree processor. State tree why are you... Would be 150. Okay, 151 run pineapple juice. Okay, yeah, so I had 151 runs on each, so this is actually a pretty good test. Max time 46, average and median 36. Max time 48, average and median 36. Okay, so that made like zero fucking difference. That made like zero fucking difference. Okay. Sick. Sick. Yes, the optimizations are optimizationing. Yes. I need to figure out what's going on here, because I don't think I want whatever's happening here to happen. Now I'm seeing these exit states here. I feel like what's happening is the state tree, we exit from here for some reason. Find ability by class. Is that all we... Hang on. Let's compare this to one that didn't run twice. Okay, this one ran twice. This one ran twice. Two. This one ran once. Okay, what did you end on? Okay, give me one moment. Okay. Yes, so we actually activated the ability here, I think. No, we didn't. We could not activate the ability there, so we did nothing. Here, we got to find ability by class. Let me look at this state tree here. What could possibly... I love when you open... By the way, I love when you open an Unreal Engine file, and then you see this shit up here. Like... Look at all this bullshittery here. Okay, executability, we want to compare that to, do I want to compare it to anything? No, because they were both executability. So if we find ability and nothing else happens, that means the ability is already active, do nothing. So we return running there. We return running. So why are we like exiting state then, if that's the fucking case, huh? God, oh, I am so close to just rewriting the fucking state tree. I am so fucking close. One like and I'll do it. And then this guy, he can activate an ability, and he went no further. So that means he could not activate the ability. What does that mean? That means he returned failed. He returned failed, and I actually would have expected the opposite. When we return running, I would expect it to do nothing more. When we return failed, I would expect it to try and find the next state to transition out of. Let's maybe look at... Oh, you know what? I wonder... so pull up combat. So I do this slightly differently in the two different ones, and I should change it to be the same. I wonder if it's because this one is in a tree or not. Let's see if we can find any that are inconsistent. We don't need the before and after comparison. Full screen it. Full screen it. So yeah, return find ability by class in both of those. Both of these could not activate ability. Find ability by class. Okay, so it is actually seeming very consistent. Let's go to another random frame here. Find ability by class. What fucking states? What states are we exiting? Maybe I should throw scope traces on there. Let me look at my processor again. Pick results. Yeah, I mean, I don't do anything. I don't do anything. God, it's just miles of state tree process. But yeah, we're running... Okay, this one is interesting. This is a different one. So we initialized the ability here and then did nothing more. Why did that happen? So we would have gotten here. Does this matter? Do I use has executed anymore? I should just return success there. Oh, I wonder if that's why. I return running. Oh. Yeah, we should just return succeeded here. Yeah, I did that because I used to not be able to execute these off the game thread. So I used to have to do some latent shenanigans there. Now I don't have to because I fucking rewrote that shit, god damn it. I think we can just delete that. Maybe that had something to do with it. Yeah, if we're not in range, just keep running because we're likely moving to be within range. So that's just a wait. And obviously, if we're not within min and max range, can't activate ability is always going to return false. So check that separately. Check that separately. And maybe we can even... actually, I don't check range within that. Range is separate. Range is separate. Yeah, if we can't activate ability once we're in range. If I don't... Actually, if I don't... Oh, check target is the range. Yeah. And also, this needs to change as well. I can do one better here, because I just wrote a function for this. Is within min and max range. Yeah. Yes. Okay. Rebuild that real quick. I'll keep you around. Keep you around. I'm gonna grab a little drinky poo. Zach, welcome in. It is going. It is going. Doing optimizations. Optimizationing. Optimizing. It's not like overwhelmingly better or anything, but we're you know, piece by piece we're making it better. Piece by piece. Got me some coffee? Hell yeah. Fresh cup of coffee. Okay, now what is it? What is this? Now there's fucking 4 happening. What the fuck is this? What is happening here? The state tree works in mysterious ways. Optomitizing, yes. Yes, of course. So that might have made it worse, actually. That might have actually made it worse. Give me 15 seconds there. $15. 136 to 161. So we'll actually, so we got more in the same amount of time. So we got like 15.5 there. 139. All right, yeah, we did get more. 150. Wow, we actually, so maybe it is a lot better. My average frame rate seemed to have been, okay, 161 to 161, 51, 36, 36, 81, 33, 34. Let's go within the same amount of time and compare that. Oop, okay, same amount of time. We have a few less, 32, 34. So that is on average better, which is not what I was expecting to see. The max time is far worse. Let's grab a different section of 15 seconds here. 38, I mean, dude, it's so random. 38, 36, I mean. $35, $35. $36, $39, $36. Yeah, it's so inconsistent. I can't even. How do I get the state tree to stop trying to do multiple things? I don't want that. It stopped at bounds. Entity data. Yeah, maybe I should. I want to put some logs on the exit states. Maybe that'll illuminate this a little bit for me. Get to find ability. So it's like we return running. And then we return it again. Yeah, what are the exit states there? Should I do just a dynamic one? Process, interact, action, and wait gameplay tag task. Yeah, let's do, I guess we'll just do a dynamic one here. So I will do F string. I want to do get class. That should be static struct. Is this a class or a struct? It is a struct. Okay, so static struct. Get name. Hopefully that shows up properly. Okay, rebuild that and let's try again. Okay, just close. Yeah, just close. I think yellows are winning. I think yellows usually win. I feel like that's the case. Okay, what's happening here? Oh my god, it didn't even... Oh, it's not using the right one. Okay, so that didn't work the way I wanted it to. Can I just get name? If I no, because that's not. Can I make a how do you fucking do this? I want to know which ones are ending. Here. Is there anything on context I can log that has that information? How big is the state tree execution context? 416? My God. My God. It's probably all in like instance storage anyway. Ugh. Ugh. Why is this fucking enormous? Instance data storage, queue. Yeah, I don't know. I could get instance data. What do you have on you? Get struct. I want to know what fucking task I'm in a generic way. God, how do I... Yeah, we got a bunch of exit states here. Clearing timers in Sitch. God, how would I log? See, the thing is, like, I'm probably not even overriding exit state or my exit state or anything very much, so I wouldn't even be able to log it from there. I'm doing that in fucking two things. I mean, let me think. So 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 1 2 3 4 5 6. I mean, okay, so it's the exit state on all of these. Why are we getting to exit state? I guess let me log the... What's on the train? Can I get the, like, result? Source state ID. State handle. All it is an index. I guess I want to know what the return values are. I'm wondering if, like, one of these... Wonder which one of these, like, failed or something. Current run status? Let's log that. Okay, so exit state, we'll go _%s, and then we'll do transition dot current run status. Uenum get value as string. Okay. Let's try that. Let's see if we get more information that way. Current run status. I hope that's what I want. Yeah, let's run it. Let's go. Hello, what are you doing? I'm making a video doing some optimization. Trying to figure out what the state tree is doing. State tree is up to some shenanigans, if I do say so myself. Succeeded. Ooh, nice. Succeeded, succeeded, succeeded. Succeeded, succeeded, succeeded. They all succeeded. So it's trying to run again? Okay, so this is the tick. So they all ticked, they exited, and then they started the next one. This all ticked. I feel like if it's just running, it just does the one, but if it's like succeeded or failed, then I guess maybe it tries to find the next one. That's doing more than I would like it to. You know? Like, I don't need you to do all that. Are these public functions? Protected. For full update, tick trigger transitions should be called after. Tick update tasks. So those are, so I could actually do this in 2 bits, I think, depending on what the return value is, right? Let me look at my processor here. So can I get the, do I have like the old tick result? There is execution state, and I think this F state tree execution state. Okay, this is a struct. Active frames, current execution, current phase, start, stop, tick. Oh my god, okay. Tree run status, or last tick status. There we go. That's what I would want, I think. So based on the last tick status, that will determine what we do here. What is that? What is that? That is a. Does it make sense to const ref and enum? I don't know. And then I'm not gonna do anything with the tick. Maybe I will. Maybe I will. Oh, because it's const. Yeah, so make it a copy. We do want it to be a copy. So I'm gonna say if last tick status, if it's equal to, what are my options? I know running is one, and I think want that. So I'm gonna tick. Full tick if we do that. Stopped, succeeded, failed, unset. What are you building? This is a video game. No, well, we want tick update tasks and then tick trigger transitions. If we're running, yeah, just update the tasks, no transitions. I actually think I want the opposite. Wait, what does tick update tasks do here? Prelude. We always do prelude and postlude. Wait, what the fuck does this do? Am I blind, or are these two functions the same? Oh, they are different. Tick update task internal versus tick trigger transition internal. What kind of game? It's going to be an RPG Colony Sim Roguelite with procedural destructible terrain. I think maybe I might have this backwards. Actually, the transitions are what I don't know. Maybe we'll see. Let's just run this and see what happens. See if that looks any different. We'll keep that one around for comparison. Okay. Stat named events as always. Plane editor, go. Go, go, go. Okay, just give me a few frames. Okay. Yeah, okay, so we're not doing multiple. Interesting. There's this big section here, like almost a third of the time is taken up. God, even all that. Everything seemed to work properly. Let's rerun that. Give me a little bit longer now. Did it get worse? I don't know. That's what we're gonna see. That's what we're gonna see. In theory, this should be better because it's actually the state tree is doing less per frame. But we'll see. We'll see how much that actually impacted it. Okay, that should be good. So give me a high, we want the high level. Seconds. $76, $31, $35, $53, $26, $27. So yeah, I think we shaved about 10 milliseconds off that. Close to it. Close to it. Just to like, just say, hey, chill the fuck out, state tree. Let me grab a few other. Let's grab a smaller section. Yeah, it is on average running much faster actually. Well, I say as that one is pretty fast. I think I should probably only be. Let me try that section. $38, $37, $28, $27. Dude, what is wrong with you? Like, oh, let me see all your chats. Let me see all your chats. Why are you talking about brain rot today? Are you okay? Are you okay? Yeah, I think that's faster. $38, $37, $28. Yeah. Why does your screen look like lottery scratchers? Is that what lottery scratchers look like nowadays? Okay, so I think this is the right way to do it. If it's running, handles task ticking part of the tick. I mean, yeah, so for running, we want to tick it. Otherwise, we tick trigger transitions, which handles transition triggering part of the tick. Is it more performant to do this? I said for performance reasons. I mean, actually, do I even need to? So I'm tick triggering transitions here anyway. Also, I'm never hitting this. I have a breakpoint there and I never hit it. Should I delete that? And that is also the last, that is the same as the last tick status. So I don't even need to go through all that anyways. Let's just delete that. Last tick status. Adjusted delta time. I guess I don't even need to do all this. Like a reset update timer and all that. I don't know, would it be just easier if I say if it's equal to running, we trigger transitions? Because that's what I'm going to do anyways, regardless if it has a tick scheduled or not. Hang on, let me see what happens when I do that. I think some of the state trees get like stuck and stuff if I don't do that. Yeah, I see some guys just standing around. Happy Rosenrot, welcome. Hello. Yeah, now there's some guys standing around. Now, is that because I just haven't added this stuff, you know? I feel like I'm maybe ticking them every frame. Let me see here. Go here. 990. Yeah, I mean, is it even worth it if I'm gonna do? I'm basically tick trigger transitions internal every frame. Let me just do a test and say, let's not worry about any of that. Hang on, let's comment all of this out. All I want is this. I'll say if last tick status. That's not what I wanted. Is running else. Basically just this. Adjusted delta time. Let's see how much more performant this is. To just unconditionally tick the state tree. You would think it's not going to be more performant, but I was basically doing it anyway. And actually, let's take a peek, see here. I mean, I think, you know, slightly. 25. 27. Okay, so that's, I mean, that's pretty quick. And I mean, that's going to be quicker because they're just guys not doing anything. Oh, okay. So that just straight up doesn't work the same. Okay, so hang on. What else? What are my other options? Succeeded, failed, running, stopped, or unset? If it's unset, we're gonna stop and start it. Let's do state tree run status stopped. I feel like that's not going to be what I need. No. Let's flip these for funsies. Now nothing is happening. Okay. I'm confused. I am confused as to why this don't work the same. I guess there are some cases where I want to do the full update. Okay, so I think that is necessary then. So I think maybe what I should try and do is try to isolate which scenarios require this, and then make sure that we instead do this. You know, you can put everything in the comment by typing // comment. You know, you can put everything in a comment by highlighting it and pressing one button, right? Instead of having to type out everything that you're saying. Look at this. Look at that. I know, it's crazy. I know. Mind blown. Instead of having to do that. Yeah. Yeah, I would rather just highlight it and comment it all out. Let's take status. Yeah, let's figure out what situations need this. We'll run live coding on that. Yeah, I don't know if you thought. I think you thought I did this. Yeah, I didn't do that. I didn't do that. Not how long were you hanging out before you decided to type that? I'm curious. Is it greater than or less than a minute? Okay, so that all works. I'm wondering which tasks require that transition. Seems to be maybe when they're done with combat. So maybe transitioning from a subtree, because it was only the green guys. 1 second. Yeah, that's what I figured. Which I guess is why I maybe came off a little arrogant there. Because if you had been watching for very long, you would realize that they don't do that. Yeah, all these guys are just standing around. I mean, even yeah, everybody's fucked up. Everybody's all fucked up. My bad, bro. It's all good. It's all good. It's just, you know, YouTube Shorts chatters. I have to deal with shit like that a lot. So I do get a little tired of it from time to time. Okay, yeah, I don't know if I can nail down that scenario very well. I guessed it was after combat, but I'm also updating next frame. There, so let me look at that. Let me look at this last one here. I kind of feel like the combat stage tree should just maybe tick itself. Or the combat state. And maybe just tick itself. Congratulations, you ticked yourself. Instead of, and then maybe I wouldn't even need to. Let me look at the tick task. Is that mine? No, that is not mine. What the where is my tick task? Tick state tree. Tick state tree every frame. It's called tick state tree. We do get the state tree data. Yeah, I do have to re-get the state tree every frame. Basically, I think. Should I have a tick here? I don't think this should tick. I don't think that should tick. Okay, so here's what we're gonna do. Let's not call the update next frame. Find path. Okay, so that probably is going to happen. So we do pathfinding in the combat tree. Use from inventory. Wait, gameplay task, wait task. Okay, let's turn it off on. Turn it off on pathfinding, which may be weird. Okay. Yeah, so we're gonna see if this works, and I think maybe just the movement part, the non-combat movement is broken now, but that's, none of them should be doing that, really. Okay, so combat, tick state tree every frame. Let's make sure this guy has one in there too. Tick state tree every frame, yeah. And yeah, we can return, failed there. I'll say for both, okay. And then did I comment out that thing? I did, okay. So let's see how well this runs. Okay, a lot of them just standing around still. Yeah, so that doesn't work.
Hello.
Hello. Look at that.
It's
John
Zed,
Cena.
welcome. Hey, a party. I know, these guys are they're cooking. Put it in reverse. Welcome everyone. How's it going, Zed? How was your stream? What were you working on?
Ladies and gentlemen, we got him.
What the dog doing?
Do you have anything you would like to share? Do you have anything you'd like to share? This absolutely broke everything. So does that mean tick state tree needs to tick? Methinks no. Methinks what this means is that I need to still do this thing right here. So I'm gonna try that and we'll see if it works. So I've just been optimizing stuff today. We're just doing some optimization. Nothing really to share. What's GAS? GAS is gameplay ability system. That is the built-in Unreal Engine way to like do combat and just like abilities and a bunch of stuff. It's a nice system. Okay, so we're still not working. But I think you should use it if you're using Unreal Engine, or at least consider it. At least consider it. But it wasn't quite performant enough for my use case. I was having like every post gameplay effect execute take like 100 microseconds, which is, you know, times thousands is not fast enough for me. So I rewrote GAS, all of the functionality of GAS, into my ECS that I wrote. And so we're just going through and trying to optimize some things. I'm working on the state tree right now. And gameplay ability system provides you things like you have gameplay abilities, which can execute effects. Gameplay effects are things that can modify attributes. Attributes are just like, you know, all your different stats that can be on a character. That could be anything from like health. Health is one, max health is another, stamina, armor, melee crit chance, you know, it could even be damage. Damage could be an attribute as well. Could be a lot of things. And it gets pretty complicated. Because it's, you know, supposed to be a generic system that kind of handles everything. And so even just like attribute calculations get quite complicated. And my attribute processor is pretty slow at the moment. Pretty slow. I call mine system. That's a great name. Hey, it's a really popular name. System. Okay, let's take a peek at what we're working with here. Show me state tree. So this block right here is like all my processors running. Processors are like, it's like the system part of ECS. It's the S in ECS. I call them processors. Oh, there's also like gameplay tags, which are kind of like hierarchical IDs as well. That's another system. That's another kind of part of the system. But attributes, you can have attributes that are like calculated based off other attributes. Like for example, you could have your max health based off of stamina. That would be like an attribute-based modifier, and I can show you what that looks like. So this is like my calc max health effect. So this will get applied to like a target. It'll have target data, it'll have source data, potentially a source ability. But I can add these different entity data that kind of control what this effect does. I could have things like it could be periodic, it could be canceled by gameplay tags being applied, it could block other tags being applied, it can stack, it can overwrite other effects and stuff like that, it can apply damage. All that kind of stuff. But this one, all it does is modify attributes. So this attribute mod effect data, we can add a modifier and we can pick which attribute we want it to modify. So this one, max health, and I want the modifier operation is set to override because I don't want anything else affecting max health. So I want it to just override. But otherwise we could do add, we could do multiply before additive, and we could do multiply after additive. So this is like the equation part of it. Like where does it go in the equation? And I have a couple different attribute types. Like there's just a straight float. So if I added another one of these, I could just, a straight float is just like a number, right? I could do attribute based, which is what this one is, which is where I pick another attribute and a coefficient. So max health is 10 times stamina, right? Or you do a custom calculation class, which is just anything else basically, any other more complicated logic, right? But calculating the attributes turns into a leak code problem because you need to do like a topological sort, and if you only want to like really process the ones that are changed, it gets even more complicated. But I have like a topological sort, like you essentially have to build out a dependency hierarchy for all of these attributes to make sure that you calculate them in the right order. So for example, the health and stamina, the max health and stamina example, you'd want to make sure that you process any effects that modify stamina, you process all those first before you process the max health effects. So there could be a circular dependency there as well. So I have like checks for that, right? And I'll just return false. And I should never have that case because I should just never have effects that do that, right? So it's kind of a user error at that point. But calculating the dependencies and the dirty attributes to recalculate and stuff gets quite complicated. So that's one of my worst processors. That and the state tree. And the state tree is like the core of all the logic for all the entities. Like each entity has its own state tree with independent logic and stuff like that. So 21 microseconds to process one of those. It's getting nice. It's getting nice and tight. But yeah, 130 microseconds to process attributes for an entity. No bueno. Like I'm only processing the attributes that are affected by gameplay effects, and I'm only processing them when they need to change. So it's not like I'm not doing every entity every frame. Like this is 103 entities, but that 8.2 milliseconds for 103 entities is not good. That is not very good. Potentially pre-calculating. Ooh, no, I thought about that. I can't just pre-calculate the custom calculations. That would, because they could, the custom calculations can have dependent attributes as well that they need to specify. Main benefit of gas is decoupling design and code work to lubricate large team dev process. There's a bit of bulk you have to overcome. Definitely not something I'd bother with for a jam small game. Right, yeah, there is overhead to it for sure. In terms of complexity, yeah. Super cool thing is programmers can basically build up libraries of ability Legos and you can compose abilities with no code. Yeah. So that's like the kind of functionality that I replaced. But yeah, I'll definitely want to come up with a better way to do some attributes here, because it is too much. Too much right now. I was actually still initializing entities there. And I'm only doing one thread right now, so this is all on one thread. And I have 7 more threads I can run this on. But 244 entities in 18 milliseconds, not good. Not good. But yeah, I was trying to tinker with the state tree. I hear gas is dookie for net synchronization, though. Is it now? The netcode is no bueno? Is this my most recent one? Good God, how many times did we ran that guy's state tree like 7 times? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We ran that so many times. Okay, get rid of the tick thing that I just put in there. Get rid of that guy. Delete. I'll tick it myself. Although I do think the tick on that did do something, which feels weird. I feel like that shouldn't be the case. I mean, if we are here, we should have a state tree. I guess this is, yeah, I guess that is in the outer scope. Do it there. Okay. Rebuild that. We'll see if we get any more scenarios. Put it back to normal. We did find a slight optimization here, but nothing major. But for those who are joining and maybe don't know, I'm working on an RPG Colony Sim Roguelite with procedural, destructible terrain, AI-generated quests. And I have a very large open world, and I'll show it here in a second. But I want to run the whole world, but not really the whole world, just as much as possible. I want to be able to have colonies all over the world, and I want them to all interact with each other. I want to be able to have NPC ran colonies all around and stuff as well. Here's my procedural terrain algorithm. So it's like seeded random, but like, you know, it'll recreate the world, stuff like that. Whenever you create a character, you can put in a seed and have it make a world. Here's me. Here's these. Things are still loading in, so we'll take a look at the world map here. We are in the land of the werewolves. So if you look up here, you can see like the name of each of these different colors, which will be a different zone. So what we saw get generated was a area of about that size. Each pixel on here is a terrain chunk. So there's like 1, 2, 3, 4 pixel radius, basically. 4 pixel radius. Blackthorn Hollow, Mirkwood Forest. That's just straight from Lord of the Rings. That is just straight hello to Yar. But each different color on that map would be like a different zone or a different biome. And eventually those names will be actually flavorful as to what is in the zone, not just purely random. What specifically did you need to modify gas for your game that it couldn't do on its own? It's not that it couldn't do it, it's that it wasn't performant enough. So I didn't just modify it, I completely rewrote it. So I have no dependency on the ability system component or gameplay abilities or gameplay effects. The only thing I'm reusing from gas is gameplay tags, which I may even get rid of as well, because the size of a gameplay tag is larger than what I need it for memory size. And cache locality is king when it comes to using an ECS. Yeah, it's not that it like didn't support a use case. I can chop trees and stuff. Dynamic tree chopping, so wherever you chop the tree, it actually deforms it at runtime. And you can get some wood from it. Wood. You're going to publish the module as a plugin? Well, no, because it would need to be part of my ECS as well. And I would have to publish the ECS, which means I wouldn't be able to work on it without breaking people. I would have customers, basically. So I'd have to publish both my ECS and also my gas. My ECS gas. So no, I'm not going to do that. It just makes it more difficult to work on, unfortunately. But I have to like productionize it and stuff too. Make sure, you know, people would find bugs for their use cases or something, you know. I'd have to make it even more generic. Because that's kind of like some of the benefit of like making things yourself is having that bespoke solution that works for what you need it for and nothing more, nothing less, you know. And so opening things up to the world kind of, it is less beneficial at that point. But, you know, how much less, you know, remains to be seen. Yeah, we have the underground caves too, so eventually we'll have ore and stuff, fun stuff spawn down here to do and explore. And sometimes you can get through the mountains. Yeah, sometimes we poke some random holes through the mountains, which is cool. The red zone, so my meadows biome assets over there. Some hemp. They actually included an early gas system when they first released the initial UE5 demo that ran better than their current system. Did they now? How long ago was that? How long ago was that? I thought UE5 shipped with gas. Or something. So yeah, that's a little bit about the world and stuff. I want to get back to some optimizationing, though. I may need to just rethink completely how I'm doing attributes. And maybe be more explicit about them rather than more generic. Because yeah, that's very slow. Even if I have more threads, like that's just not going to scale very well. For what is effectively just some math. I don't even know. This isn't even like... didn't even change anything here. I'll just say. Some super tiny state tree optimizations. Commit and push. So yeah, let's take a peek at our last... Take a peek at our last guy here. And this is all just melee swinging, so it's actually going to be worse, I think, when we get like the VFX and stuff, which I need to change all my projectiles to entities. Which will require the velocity processor. So I should probably, I want to optimize the velocity processor too, before I do projectiles as entities. Really what I want to just do is like split out velocity processor. There's like some control input things. There's velocity, application, and then there's gravity as well. I think those could actually be 3 different processors that would run a bit faster. Changing the abilities that I have into structs would be maybe there. Yeah, maybe I can still have a U object wrapper for it, but I just don't put that in the ability system so much, and maybe I just throw some values on a struct to be able to easily reference it. Changing it completely into a struct would be hard because the logic for each ability is so bespoke. Been diving into material-based UI lately, picking apart the UI Material Lab project and using it to flesh out navigation in my RTS game. At a point where I needed matchmaking, which means adding menus. Cool. It's in Valley of the Ancients and it's simply called Ability System. Interesting. Yeah, I never knew that. I should probably do less conditionals in my processors. Like, for instance, apply gameplay effect processor. Like these optionals right here, I should maybe just put into different effects in different processors and it'll run a lot faster. Yeah, I need to probably break that part up a little bit too. How would I break up the ability processor though? Gameplay tags processor isn't looking too hot either. Check applied effect tag requirements, basically. Yeah, I mean, having to check the... Having to check every effect when tags get added or removed is not the best. And I need to, like, be a little bit smarter about storing that. Probably there was probably some data structure I can store that in. You know, a map of like which tag changes the effects care about, you know. So maybe like I'll say look into gameplay tag processor and say store which tags, which effects care about, rather than iterating over all of them. The attribute processor, I wonder if it would just be better to do some event-based thing. Or maybe I could do it per... I was gonna say I could do it per attribute, which would be weird. I would still have to sort it. So that I don't think would be super well. Would run super well. Why is end ability taking that long? Why is indability taking that long? Okay, there's no blueprint version of that. And so we do, oh, is there a fucking log in there? Force indability. Oh, there it is. Yeah. Yeah, we're just gonna get rid of that. Or interfaces, question mark. How do you mean? Would make the system basically query all active abilities, but how many are realistically active in a frame? A lot. It could be a lot. This one had 61 being activated. And this is just them being activated, not necessarily them being active. Interface and UE were a big sticking point in my understanding for Omnia, because apparently they're like Objective-C stuff. Yeah, I don't think interfaces apply to what I'm saying here for processors, and like interfaces are just a way to generically refer to things. And to decouple. So decoupling is not the issue I'm having here, or coupling, I should say, is not the issue I'm having here. Like when you're doing things in a data-driven way, you don't really need, at least my feeling is that I don't really need interfaces very much, because it's all just data, right? But yeah, this is about performance, and interfaces they don't really do anything for performance. It's just not a performance consideration, really. I suppose it might help with casting a little bit, but like I'm not doing very much casting, so. Glad to see you still at it. I check in every couple days when you're streaming. Hell yeah. Thanks for checking in on me. Yeah, I'm still doing okay. I'm hanging in there. What are you working on now? Just this kind of optimization stuff. Be nice if I could just find other things here. Can I do that? Quick find. No, I can't. Timer name. Contains end gameplay effect processor. Where the fuck did that put me? Go to the end. Go to the end. That is not the one that I wanted. Let's look for one that has like 300. I need one that has like a bunch. I'm really glad I put the counts on here. This is making it a lot easier to compare. Let's do underscore. Is there ever one where I end 300 abilities in a frame? Hello, you're like off the side of the screen here. There was one with three. Oh, nice. I can actually find them pretty easily now too. Go 330. That is actually super nice. So yeah, it did 330. Oh my god, that took so long. Okay, that was not the performance benefit I was hoping to see. Well, that's end gameplay effect, not... Wait, what the fuck was I looking at? Oh yeah, I was looking at end gameplay effect. I need to look at, not that. That is not the one I should be looking at. Yeah, no wonder. End ability processor. $215. Timer name contains this. 215. 200, sure. 4.9. 6.2. Yeah, that is not the performance benefit I was hoping for. Oh, I'm doing 100 more. Oh no, that's still, we're still on the game. Wait, what the fuck happened? Okay, there we go. There we go. Yeah, 215 in half a millisecond versus 200 in 5 milliseconds. That's the difference that like a single fucking log statement will do. Oh yeah. Okay, so now that one's looking good. Apply effect to target by handle. So wait, why doing that? That one line took up half the time? Was because of build entity data. Potentially. Have you thought implementing fixed point variables? What does that mean? What do you mean? Okay, what else can I take a peek at? You go away. So yeah, that apply by handle is a little... It's on apply additional effect too, okay. Dude, the entity data, yeah, it's just like... So much is getting like deleted and shit every frame. God damn, processing all of the commands, man. Moving. How do I make this faster? Because I already tried to batch them. Doing batch moves. Move entity to here. That's just in the archetype utils. I need that to be a lot faster. And I know I'm doing it after each processor. It picked the last one that I did, okay. Copy from. Yeah, so like, I feel like this add entity actually gonna take some time. When I remove from these, I do a remove at swap, right? I should. Where the fuck am I removing from these? Yeah, there's somewhere in here. Okay, component arrays, pair.value. Yeah, remove at swap, shrinking no. So it's like allocating the memory. Their project for networking float and vectors tended to be quite costly. We ended up saving a decent amount of networking cost and gained memory efficiency. Well, none of this is networked yet, so I'm not super worried about that. Okay, let's rebuild. Rebuild and see what's going on. All right. See if we get a little bit more information out of our traces now. Yeah, let's just give it a run. Give it a run, yeah? Why is that guy not responding to that aggro? Jesus Christ. Jesus. Bro, like this generated 10,000 fucking commands, ending gameplay effects. generated 10,000 commands. Wondering for this build. Let's take a look at the entity effect def. Should I maybe cache this? I forget how I use this. The entity effect def is the default object, so I should just cache this. Maybe I need another one of these. That increases the size of this. Done it? Let's say cached, built, entity data. Make that like private. And then I'll just say something like if cached built is, if it's not empty, just return the cached built entity data. Instead of trying to allocate like a new thing, which it does do a copy, so let's do a const ref now. So we're just not allocating new memory. This is const, so let's not do that. No more const. Why are you angry? Why are you mad, t-instance struct? I mean, I guess just because it's not the right type there. Is that why? And entity data. Oh, I did. I put that on the wrong thing. Yeah, no wonder. Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. That does make sense. There we go. And then I think I can move temp here. I think I need that to be duration effect data. Let's see how much that helps on. That'll be mainly on the end, I think maybe on the end gameplay effect processor and the apply effect processor. So apply effect to target by handle probably is the big deal there. Where is there's apply. Okay, we'll just see. We'll just see. Rebuild. So put that on that side. Whoops. Okay, so let that build. Does it build? Uh-oh. We don't like the move temp. Move temp called on R value. Okay. We don't want that. Got it. We don't want that. Should I in place here? Move semantics version. Okay. No move temp. Got it. All right. Okay, let that run for a moment. All right. So I guess, yeah, we'll just take a peek at... We'll do the end effect processor because I think that's where it happens a lot at. So just give me a bad frame. End effect processor. Here, let's do this. We'll go Control F. Timer name is end effect processor. End. What is it? End gameplay effect processor num entities. Num entities. We want one that has like 500 in there. 551. Sure. It actually took longer. What the hell? It took longer. Not what I was hoping to see. Okay. .005? 0.0. Yeah, it's like the same median time. Eight, 7. And 10. I mean, the build entity data is so much faster. Like, there's no way this is slower. There's no way that, I mean, there's just like some random ass shit that's like slower. I don't know. Like, yeah, that block is tiny now. And then do I need to like do some move semantics on this bad boy too? Where is my entity subsystem? Yeah, so I make an effect spec. Give me the ref. Yeah, so I think maybe there's some superfluous memory allocations here that I don't need. Like, I just straight up don't need to be making the spec because I can just, or I don't need to be making a new spec each time because I can just get it from off the def. I don't know if you know, because it really caught me off guard, but interfaces in UE don't really work generically, but rather it's like a type-based event system. Yeah, I mean, I understand how interfaces work, but my response was just like, I'm working on performance right now, so interfaces don't really... Like, interfaces are for, like, decoupling and referring to things generically, which is not really a concern of mine right now. The concern is performance, so interfaces don't really help me there. Why does remove entity take 2 microseconds? Because I have to do the remove at swap over all the arrays. Yeah, having to come up with like the new type is weird. That can potentially be better. Yeah, I mean, this just needs to get way faster. I don't even know how I would speed up the add entity though, because the rest of these are in the nanoseconds, which is great. And it's like add entity. How do I even, what do I fucking even do to add entity to speed that up? No idea. No idea. Yeah, applying effect to target taking 21 microseconds. And like, what is this time here? I don't understand what this time is. Let me look at the, no, that's not even the right place. The by spec part doesn't even happen until... Yeah, I mean, what the fuck is happening here? Like the by spec part is like, what is here? Because build entity data. What on earth is that time? There's 6 microseconds, bro. What is happening in between these two lines? Can I const ref here? That doesn't make sense, does it? I guess not const. Ugh. Yeah, ref doesn't make sense there. Does move temp make sense here? I don't think so, because that would make it an R value. I'm just doing some optimizations on my ECS system. I think tags overall I need to do something about. Like, do I need to store tags in an array? Like, feeling that I don't use tag hierarchies at all. Why don't you check the error problem with codecs? There's no error problem. I'm optimizing. There's no errors. And the Q add entity data instance. Let me look at that. Yes. And that was taking how long? 200 nanoseconds, 400 nanoseconds. Yeah, I have no idea what more I could do to move that, to speed that process up. Attribute processor is still by far the worst. So I may just need to rethink attributes altogether instead of like, because I think I was like, I was just trying to replace gas, right? We're there, we got that, that's good, right? Now it's like, now I need to rethink, do I need to do things, in a similar conceptually to gas? What tool are you using? This is Unreal Engine. Yeah, 50 microseconds for calculating get entity data, end effect data, attribute mod effect data. Calculate dependencies, yes. End effect data. We're looping through here, checking modifiers is what's happening. That's a long time to be doing that, honestly. 21 microseconds. I think I should reserve. Can I reserve in these? Yeah, let's maybe reserve some memory here, because I think we're probably hitting some reallocations. Could be. And you can reserve on maps too, right? Reserve, yeah. So let's reserve some memory here. Attribute mod map. Problem is I don't know how many modifiers we're gonna have here. So I should do that here. Attribute mod map. No, that's not right. We just need the modifiers num. New last affected attributes. I might as well just reserve this to the number of attributes that we have. God, and this is a map within a map, right? Yeah, so that's even... Yeah, it's several levels of indirection there. Mod depths. We can reserve there too. Reserve enough memory to contain no. Oh, it's not additional, is it? So yeah, that's probably not going to help that much, actually. On depths, I should just come up with a number that kind of helps. So I don't think we can actually do this like dynamically, like I was wanting to. I thought reserved like more. That many more. Oh my god, there's so much fucking code. just for reserving some memory. Yeah, let's just try to come up with some numbers that help. Let's just like applied effects times 2. Reruns now. Reserved. Attribute mod map and mod depths. New last affected attributes. That I just have like a static number of attributes. And that's like what I have, like I don't know, like 20. How many attributes do I have? Give me just like calc max health again. I have, how many is that? 1, 2, 3. I think 20 is fine. 20 is fine. Reserve 20. Attribute mod effect map here now. Yeah, I don't know if that one's able to be reserved. We'll see. We'll see. Let's rerun that. Okay. Let us testy test. Let us test. Test. Let's see how big of a difference that made. Just run that for a little bit. Okay, stop. Okay. Okay, control at, well, let's just do a big picture test here. Got 16 seconds. We'll do 10 seconds. So let's look for attribute processor. Oh my god. Okay, that's not as drastic as I thought it was. I think I picked up some like really... I picked up some really good attribute processors here. 9 and 8. 8 and 7. Okay, let's compare directly. For each, just delete that. For each U attribute processor process num entities, we'll just, is there a 300 one? 353. Okay, do the same over here. Give me 300, I guess, is the best one there. So let's find a new one that's closer to 300. Really? Really? Is there a 400? No. Okay, let's compare 200 then. 289. 299, sure. No event found. 299. 289. Wow, look at that difference. 289 entities were processed in 27 milliseconds. 299 entities were processed in 17 milliseconds. So we shaved off 10 milliseconds by just pre-reserving memory. And there's maybe more cases where I can do that. Aggregate magnitudes. Yeah, where do I check out ag channels at? Okay, so apply magnitude. I think what we can do here is on this mod effect map. Mod effect map dot aggregation channels dot reserve. I feel like effect modifier, the number that is the effect modifier should be here. I feel like that is a good. I feel like that is a good. So yeah, memory allocations, man. Memory is where it's at. That's where the juice is. Get rid of that. We can get rid of. Let's get rid of this one. This guy will move over to the left. To the left, to the left. All the optimizations and Unreal Insights to the left. Okay, trace again. Trace again. Okay, probably good. That felt smoother. We shall let the timers tell. All hail the glorious timers. That is 299. Can I get a 300? No, I can't. No, I can't. The highest was like 249. Okay. Where was this one at? What? Did we get here? Attributes. Where is this one at? You said there was one here. Okay, give me another 201. 247. Okay, we'll do that. Okay, 247. Let's try to find one closer. In number 242, sure. 15. Yeah, not that different. Not that different. Not that different. Aggregate magnitudes. Yeah, I don't think that actually had much of an effect. Maybe it's already reserved. I think that did. I don't think that did. I don't think that did a whole lot. Okay, let's check that out. I think that's gonna be it for me today. I think the ag channels may already be reserved. We'll see. We'll see. Yeah, so let me find someone to send you guys over to. Appreciate you all being here. Who is streaming? We'll send you guys over to Morale Per, who's doing some more Unreal Engine things. YouTube, you guys will go into the ether. Sorry about that. Yeah, appreciate everyone being here. Happy Sunday. Hope the rest of your weekend is well and good. And happy optimization